Feel a little hyperactive today. Hello, everybody. Hyperfocus, good to see you. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, BHG, Melonlord, Malord, Cathadora, Uriel, Schlacky, Chunky Bits, Matt. Thank you so much for the resub at tier 3 for 26 months. I know that number is getting so high. I kind of miss being like a little newbie here on Twitch where I was just figuring out what I was trying to do here. And you were a large part of figuring out what I was doing here. So thank you, Matt. You were one of the first people that encouraged me to actually make this a thing in my life. And I consider that a gift because I love this so much. So thank you, Matt. My name is Matt and I like Will Smith. That was pretty good. Thundrillium, hello. I will serenade you on your ride home to the best of my ability, Thundrillium. I think that's the name of a brewery in my hometown where I grew up that they just opened. No, your Discord is open making noises. Not me. Stop it. I'll fix that. Oh no! I've only read a couple words of this and it's already so sad! Pips K, your kitchen is flooded and the plumbers were here and couldn't get it, but it's coming back in an hour with more equipment and you're hiding in your bedroom with your cat. I have tea too. I will tea bow at you in solidarity. That sounds like a nightmare though. I'm so sorry. I had plumbing issues once and it started to distort the floor. And that's when I realized something was actually happening underneath the floorboards. And I was like, oh no, this seems like something V-bad. Tripwire, what's up? What kind of tea are you having? I'm having my standard stress relief tea, which is obviously a very exciting flavor. The flavor of not stress. It's lavender. Any product that they want to label as like stress relief, it's just lavender. 9 out of 10 times. Okay, let's close this Discord. Perfect. Boop. Yeah, sometimes for Schlacky, I like, I'll buy the essential oil for lavender and just rub a little bit on my wrists and like behind the ear? Is that what you're supposed to do? Or it's usually on your neck for like perfume and stuff. But when you do it here, you can like smell it and it's nice. Green tea, classic. Can't go wrong with that. You needed the tea bow? Okay, good. Oh, I wanted to offer something. English breakfast, Irish breakfast, and Scottish breakfast. You're all set for whatever kind of breakfast you're looking for. And eucalyptus, that sounds nice too. Let's see. I thought I saw something else I wanted to like answer to in chat, but I guess I'm caught up. Lass, how are you? It's so good to see you. Now that I've been practicing piano a little bit more, I've been keeping you in my thoughts because I know that you've been on your piano journey. How is that going, by the way? I know it can be a little stressful to get started. Windows open in Boston probably last day this year. Oh, when I was up there, it was perfect. It was like a little bit crisp cold, but I personally like being really cold. The temperature in my house is usually pretty low, so when I have guests, they're like, can you please turn on the heat? I'm like, no, just get a little closer, come on. Let's see here. Oh, I kind of, I guess, ruined the surprise of it, but, hey, you guys, we had an amazing stream on Tuesday, and look at that! I was able to buy more Ableton stuff, so let me show you more Ableton stuff that I indeed purchased thanks to you. Oh, this part of the hair should be whatever, it's fine. Ba-na-na-na. Yeah. Woo. Ow. Kind of hurt. So you might not have been able to see it too well, but it's a big old foot pedal trigger mechanism that I did lots of research on, as you can see. I did do lots of research. I'm a little bit, intimidated by learning everything, but I've been on my journey to learn Ableton. I'm determined, and I believe with those two things I was able to buy, I'm able to get going officially. I have everything I need thanks to you guys, so thank you for the donations to make this possible. Ableton was like $800, and those other ones in total were like another $600 to $700. So I was only able to do that because of you guys, and I promise I'm gonna do my best to get it up and going as soon as possible. So, yeah, that's what's going on. Daniel, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? And I needed a little break from practicing learning all this stuff, so I did manage to make 2 more transcriptions yesterday, and they're both brand new games that I haven't covered before. So I did a song from a game called Death's Door that I was watching some people play on Twitch, and it has a great soundtrack. And then I did my first arrangement for Skyrim, and I'm really excited about it. Don't get too excited. I didn't do the one with the like, hoo, ha! I will do that at some point. If you played it, you know what I mean. I did like one of the tavern songs, and it's really pretty. So I'm gonna do that for you guys today. Dimas, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. I think now that I've gotten my workstation how I like it, it was just so nice to curl up in my little chair back here. Just do my little work that I needed to do. So, that's what's going on. I think I got hesitant about doing anime music because I didn't know what the rules were with DMCA and playing along to TV stuff. Because I know for movie themes that got me, well, it didn't get me in trouble, but I knew it's technically not okay. So I don't know where the line in the sand is. I really want to do more anime music, but admittedly, I haven't because I just was worried that maybe I'd get in trouble, you know? Lunar, thank you very much. I bought LED strips that I'm going to put underneath the desk here. It won't change how it looks from your angle. I don't know if that's disappointing or not. But I like these kind of yellow lighting accents, so I'm gonna make the whole underside of my desk glow lightly. And my lamps you can't see on the side here have different settings where if I keep tapping it, it will get dimmer. So my goal was just to have like a nice cozy glow on the desk when I'm, you know, spending a lot of hours sitting here doing arrangements and other work. Also, Beasleby, I feel like it just clicked in my head. You came over from Julian's raid, right? It means a lot to me that you came back. Thank you. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I am sorry. I try my best to remember where, I don't know, people come from and what songs you guys like and stuff. I'll do a room tour once it's all finished, maybe in like the Discord, because I gotta set up the new equipment that I got thanks to you guys, and a couple more little tidying up things. But there's a lot under the desk you can't see, like amps and my kick drum over here, of course. Oh, we got more dinks in here. This is lovely. Pips, thank you for coming back. And for subs right off the bat. Thank you guys. Sunya for 5 months total now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And for Ice Bites, thank you very much. Please let me know if there's something I can play for either of you. And Matt, that goes for you as well. Maybe I could do Time in a Bottle for you. It's been a while. But you should pick, not me. I am not familiar with the Bleachers now. What kind of music is it? Beasleby, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, tell me about it too for Beasleby. I primarily worked in Nashville as a performing musician and a teacher. That's how I supported myself. But then quarantine hit and I didn't have shows anymore and I lost a lot of my students. So I was like, oh no. But you guys kind of saved me from that progressing into something I couldn't handle. So thank you so much. I know I would have figured it out, but you guys really carried me through and kept me afloat. There was carrying and floating involved. Just a visual. Hey for Antable, how are you? You're a nursing student and your streams make it a little less stressful. Well, I respect you so much and thank you for doing the work that you do. My sister's also a nurse and she's given me a little bit of a window into that world and I know how tough it is. So thank you for keeping us all healthy in these not super healthy times. Neldon, what's up? It's good to see you. Dragonfire, wonderful to see you. And you're also a nursing student. Well, thank you as well, Dragonfire. Hello for Champlu, how are you? Well, I guess I'll get going with a little bit of improv. Hey Caddy, how are you? Oh, I hope this one's not over. It's not! Okay, cool. And we got a hype train. Hyper focus, thank you! I really appreciate that. That gives you a priority request. If there's anything you want to hear. For Leopard, I accept requests from my list, so I don't do like live learns. But since you're new, I don't recognize that name. I'll give you a free request if you like, if you see anything you like on my list. I do video game music and covers, so let me know, or one of the mods. I feel like the Nashville part of me was coming out a little bit on there. A little bit of country influence or folky. I studied a lot of different genres, and I definitely don't identify as any type of player. I feel like I dabble a lot, but I don't necessarily master anything at all. Bud, welcome. How are you? And Noki, thank you so much for the resub. We're one away for a full year. That is amazing. I really appreciate you, Noki. I know that you hadn't been in chat for a little bit, so it made me really happy to see you come back in this week. Not to make you feel bad. It's more of a like, it's genuinely a happy moment when I get to see you pop in. So I appreciate you. I also saw that. Let me go back here. Pips, you asked for Lean on Me, and I actually just took that off my list. Well, you busted me in that I didn't take it off my list, but I said at one point I was going to, which I guess doesn't count. But hey, I can actually do something for you. Let's see. Yes, you were wanting Lord of the Rings. I think I might be able to figure it out. Well, give me a second here. So I've never tried this before as a loop, and I'm just gonna try it because you asked for 2 songs, and I want to give you one of them. I will do my best. Okay. 3 and I should do the melody first. That will be easier. Okay. Make sure I'm loud enough. Probably not. Okay, let's see. 3 and came together better than I thought. I didn't have music for that. I was just doing it off the top of my head, but we all know that melody. Even if you don't identify as like the biggest Lord of the Rings fan, there's a part of your heart that swoons for that song, and dare I say, hummed along a little bit. No, Pips, thank you so much. I'm very happy that you came back from the Julian raid. I really appreciate it. I don't know. I've gotten a couple raids from some game streamers, some really awesome big game streamers, and I think there's a part of me that gets really nervous. Not that I should. Like, everyone's been so nice where I'm just like, oh, but I'm not a gamer. I don't know if they'll like it here at all. So I'm very happy to see you. But you just do you. I have some Mario stuff. Are you asking for Mario stuff? Because I can do it for you. I'd love to. I am a gamer. I do have my very huge game channel, Joe Doesn't Play Violin, where I'm going to do a stream this week on there. I was going to play through Journey. I've never played it before, and I have some songs on my list from Journey, so I figured I should do it. It sounds familiar. Oh, to Mario. Gotcha. No, you're good. You're good for Bud. Don't worry. Yosef, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And we got some great stuff in here to start off our stream. A lot of really chill songs. Sergeant Dan. In Forrest Gump, is that the name of the sergeant? I don't know if that's what you're referencing. I think I mostly just wanted to know for my head if I was going the right place. Oh my gosh. For Lunar, at one point I did know that. Lieutenant Dan, that's it. Oh. I thought when I hit my stand it made the tambourine shake. I guess not. Sniper, what's up? You found me from the front page the other day? Man, I am so lucky that Twitch gave me that chance. I'm very, very grateful. I love Twitch so much. I love my little home that I made here. And I just feel like the luckiest girl on the internet to just spend this time with you. Thank you. Dink! That's perfect. With the Dink hearts, it's all coming together. How are you? Thanks for coming back. Love me some Dink fam. How are you doing today? But I'll make sure I get that happening next week. There's another thing that I'm going to make a loop that I thought was very funny if I could do it. Oh, I want to just tell you guys, but I feel like it'd be better as a surprise. I don't know if I should just tell you guys and ask you to keep a secret. So people have an idea of what's on our list here. We got Cherry Blossom Storm up next from Okami. And then Once Upon a December from Anastasia. The Godfather theme from... And a loop performance from a band called Jones Street Station. I'll talk about that when I get there. But yeah. Oh, I love Okami. That could be a cool one on Joe Doesn't Play Violin, but it's a pretty long game. I feel like that would take me like 4 streams to do. Dank! Goodness gracious. Making me blush. I feel really hyper today. Cherry Blossom Storm. Yes. And I said earlier in the stream, but yesterday is my teaching day. So I taught my students and they're doing great. And I had a rehearsal in the evening to prepare for a show I have in 2 weeks in Nashville. But I still managed to sit down because I got my desk nice and clean and it motivated me to work. That I did some songs for you guys. I sat down and I made a new arrangement for a Skyrim song. And then I did a transcription of a song from Death's Door because it has such a good soundtrack. So yeah, I did all this yesterday for you. I can type up music pretty fast, and it's like, it feels for me, if I'm being honest, when I write sheet music, it feels like as calming as if I'm doing like a Sudoku. It's something that I've done for a long time. It's just a little bit of problem solving, and I just type it all in, and I usually have a game stream on in the background while I'm doing it. And I just really like it. It helps me really relax. So I really enjoyed doing it. And I practiced. Oh. I kept the loop on while I was talking. Whoa. Ooh, and then we got Subterranean Homesick Alien. Perfect. Pencils, what's up? Sometimes I kind of like the sound of, yes, I've accidentally looped my voice over and over talking like that before. Sometimes it kind of calms me down. It's like a nice ambience. But if I'm talking too urgently, it can be kind of stressful. Like, whoa. Stop. That was more of a stop one for me. It's just like the decks of the Titanic. I should do that scene where the quartet plays before the sink goes down. Spoilers! But that could be kind of fun to learn. Okami, where are you? There we go. Cherry Blossom Storm. Let's do it. Also, I'm Jersey Snow. I didn't say hello to you earlier. How are you? It's great to see you. Let's see. So, yeah. Yesterday was really productive and relaxing. And did I work a little too hard? Probably. But I just really enjoy the transcription stuff. I really like it. All right, this one's pretty bouncy. I hope you like it. That's Polybridge. We don't need Polybridge right now. There we go. I typed in the wrong one. That is Okami, but that's Theme of the Celestials. Cherry Blossom Storm is what we wanted. The bouncy one, like I said. Like I promised. Here we go. Man, I feel like this makes me just visualize the game so clearly. If you like having like videos on in the background while you work, I personally really like game playthroughs while I work. I just like the ambiance and I like the company. This is a great one. It's so beautiful. The gameplay looks like just like a painting, and it's fantastic. I highly recommend. I want to light a candle. I'm gonna go get fire. Yeah. Woo! Okay. Levi! Thank you so much for a resub. We're on a 2-month streak. You didn't get sick of me after that 1 month. I'll admit I'm surprised by that, but I really appreciate it. Please let me know if I could play you something as a priority request. Yeah, for Jersey. I had the candle lit yesterday. I bought one that didn't smell bad finally, and it was on sale. I kept buying candles on sale and realized they were on sale because they smelled bad. But I kept buying them because I couldn't stop myself. Let's do the Godfather theme next. See you, lass. Here we go. Ooh, I think I might sneak in One Summer's Day at some point. Don't put it on the list yet. I'll warm up a bit more. There we go. You know, I didn't feel bad for the candles until I'm reading that now, and now I'm like, oh, that is sad that no one was gonna buy those candles because they smelled bad. I feel like now I just am gonna buy more candles that smell bad. Pumpkin spice scented candle. I want to get some Christmassy ones. I was gonna order some yesterday, but for whatever reason, my mindset was like, oh, I can't order candles online. That's like bougie. And I don't know why, as I bought dumber things on Amazon before. But for whatever reason, I mentally can't let myself buy some damn candles because I'm like, no, that's a little extra, Joe. You got to keep getting your candles from the discount section at TJ Maxx. They're just so much cheaper there. It's awesome. All right, the Godfather theme. For this particular rendition, I really love to play along to a guitar version I found on YouTube. You can check this guy out. His YouTube channel is Soy Martino, and I highly recommend, as you're about to hear, it's just gorgeous, gorgeous performances. Let's see. Favorite candle scent. I don't like fruity stuff or sweet things. I like the natural, like woodsy, outdoorsy kind of smells, like campfire, trees, grass. But if it's like pina colada, I'm like, oh, no, get that away from me. Just thinking about that makes me kind of want to like vomit. Just a little bit. Not a lot of vomit, but a little bit. A Halloween prank candle which smelled like a zombie. Ew, that sounds awful. Cinnamon, yeah, that sounds nice. Like, I'll get towards the sweeter stuff, Elle, only for Christmas. Or I guess fall, too. But then for spring and summer, I can't be smelling cinnamon in that time. That's just not right. Oh, but apple ones, you are right for Catty. The apple ones are very nice. I'm also curious as to what the zombie candle smelled like. Could you try and describe it, Oriel? Because I really like to know. Teakwood sounds lovely. One scent I've admittedly gravitated towards before, but I don't know why, is when they're like tobacco smoke or like pipe smoke or something. Because I know that smell, and I don't like that smell. But for whatever reason, I'm like, digging it in a candle. Hmm. Definitely still warming up a little bit. I was feeling kind of shy playing violin there. Oh yeah, I forgot that I put butts in the title. Get your butts in here. I shouldn't have said little. All butts are welcome. I saw someone be like, but my butt's different. I love all your butts. It's fine. Whatever kind of butt you got. No two cheeks are the same. I'm trying to decide if that was like brilliant or really, really, really stupid. BHG, what track is Oh Night on? I can't remember. Posterior. Does that mean butt? Let me Google that. 48 or 23. I'll do that one. Different cheeks for different geeks. I like that. I'm a big fan of that. Reading that was fun. Posterior. Let's see what that exact definition is. Further back in position or near the rear or hind end. Especially of the body. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Or humorous, a person's buttocks. I love the word posterior, guys. It's very posh. Yeah, it's very posh. That was hilarious. Hello, Blitz. I was just Googling posterior. It's my new favorite word. It's a pretty good word. I have a little story about this song, but I'll keep it brief. When I was in middle school, I grew up outside of Boston, Massachusetts, by the train station. And me and my friends took a train into Boston, and we saw a band called Jones Street Station. And I had this moment watching them where I was like, oh my God, I need to figure out a way to be the one on that stage someday. I was so inspired and just felt like that began the dreaming part of my brain, where I was just like, that's what I want. I want to be on that stage. I don't think they're a band anymore. I should look that up, but this was one of the songs they played, and I really loved it. I couldn't even find lyrics to it, so I just have to remember it. I think I remember it. Yeah. Drift to sleep to the pitter patter of the splashing rain. Time stretches out in front of me like a steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Nothing keeping company but the ball next to me. Stretches out in front of me like a steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Nothing keeping company but the bottle next to me. I drift to sleep to the pitter patter of the splashing rain. Time stretches out in front of me like a steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Nothing keeping company but the bottle next to me. I drift to sleep to the pitter patter of the splashing rain. Time stretches out in front of me like a steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Splashing rain. Time stretches out in front of the bottle next to me. Steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Splashing rain. Time stretches out in front of me next to me. Steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Nothing keeping company but the bottle next to me. I drift to sleep to the pitter patter of the splashing rain. Time stretches out in front of me like a steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Splashing rain. Nothing keeps company but the bottle next to me. Steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Splashing rain. Time stretches out in front of me like a steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Splashing rain. Nothing keeps company but the bottle next to me. Steel blue string. Drift to sleep to the pitter patter of the splashing rain. Time stretches out in front of me like a steel blue string. Wind howling and leaves blowing outside. Nothing keep company but the bottle next to me. Night. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little nervous. I was gonna remember the words for that. I think just knowing I can't Google it was like, oh my gosh, I don't have a backup plan here. If I don't know it, I just don't know it. And no one's gonna hear after I've built up this story. But for whatever reason, when they did that song, it just totally lit that fire in my heart where I was like, I need to find a way to be a performer on stage. I have to. I don't have a choice in the matter. I just have to. So thank you, Jones Street Station, wherever you are, for inspiring that little middle schooler that came to your show or whatever. I think I was actually probably like a freshman in college or high school. My creation, thank you. I feel very possessive saying that, my creation, like I'm taking claim of you. I'm not trying to be so bold. I just wanted to make you feel welcome. Thank you for asking for that one, Hoagie Man. I haven't done that in a long time. I used to do it at the end of every stream as it was a good night song. But then we ended up having 3 night songs. And when you just feel like you're ready to start a stream or stop a stream, and there's 3 more songs no matter what, it ended up just being a little too much, but it's nice revisiting it. Maybe I'll do that Oh Brother Art Thou song. For Lieutenant Dan, thank you so much for the donation. Love your voice, fashion, sense, and beauty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I did go through like 4 different things today for what I was going to wear. Some days you just have those things where you're like, man, nothing seems right. I put on a little bit of makeup, a little bit more than I usually do, and I was like, does this look... I feel like I look weird. But I feel like I kind of got it to a place where I feel more comfortable. Thank you for my creation. That's really what I'm trying to do here. I mean, I can be quite silly at times, don't get me wrong, and do some pretty ridiculous dumb things on stream, but I just want to play music and help you relax a bit, and in turn also help me relax. It's a good symbiotic relationship we got going on here. Let's see. Once Upon a December. Then we got Subterranean Homesick Alien and Danny Song. I wish I did my vocal warm-up, so I feel like my voice is still a little bit rough town, USA. I got so wrapped up in making the new arrangement that I made for you guys today. No, Sergeant Dan, sincerely, like, thank you. I really do mean it. I know, of course, it doesn't matter the amount, it's the intent. Like, beyond the dollar, what you're saying as well is helping me. Like, what you're saying makes me feel good and ready to keep playing music. So you've given me more than you think. That's what I'm trying to say. Smash Madash, how are you? It's good to see you. Man, it's wild seeing that pink alpaca by your name. That means 6 months, I think. How are you? It's good to see you. Once Upon a December. Let's do that one next. The Black Finder. You guys are awesome. Nifsik, you're also having a rough anxiety day. Man, I feel you guys. I'm not gonna lie, like, I've come a long way with it, but I have to actively work at the anxiety stuff sometimes, which is fine because, you know, you learn through doing that, and that's what makes you get better with it. Just like when I was going to my rehearsal yesterday, I was excited because I haven't seen these people in a long time, but I hadn't seen them for a long time and I was worried. I was just like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to interact. I feel like I have a hard time with eye contact and like they're going to think I'm acting weird. And I just had to like really focus on my breathing the whole drive there, really. But I've gotten better with accepting that I need to take those extra times to focus on breathing. I wish I could just not take that step and just not feel anxious. But, you know, it's a journey and I feel you. You're not alone in it for what it's worth. Paul, thank you for 400 bits. How are you? It's good to see you. Technically, it's a 500 bit minimum for a song request, but you're so close to that. So, and you always get bits for Paul. If there's anything you want to hear off the list, just let me know. I'll make the exception this time. That was sarcasm. I mean, I will make just pick a song. Okay. No, my tea is already cold. I was too lazy to wash the thermos. Mainly as it's in my car. I usually can wash the dishes pretty dang good. But it was outside that I had to get the thermos, so that was enough of a reason to just not do it at all. Yeah, it's a cute little hedgehog. This was one of those purchases where I was like, I don't need this. Don't do this, Joe. But I justified it because it had a cute little notepad in it. See, it's like another hedgehog at the top. And it says, dream, believe, achieve. I collect like little woodland critter mugs. So I have a raccoon and I have a fox and a bear. And I just thought the hedgehog had to join the family. I didn't really have a choice in the matter. Just Heart. Let's see. Just Hardest Joe. Thank you so much for the follow. Also, Matt, thank you for gifting a sub to posterior wart. Oh, I realized what that was when I said it. That's gross. Matt, you snobby British man, you. No, I'm joking. You guys definitely know what you're talking about when it comes to tea. I feel like sincerely, a lot of the British people that I've talked to, I act like I have so many British people I talk to. I got a few. Aren't coffee drinkers at all. They're just like, no, yeah, you just have tea. Like, I need coffee though. Blanca, I see you. You sweet angel. How are you? You guys, yesterday when I was bringing out my trash, I met a dog called Sweet Baby. The dog was like walking up to me, not on a leash, I'll admit, which made me nervous for a second, because I'm just a short person, and when dogs go on their back legs, it makes me kind of nervous, because they're my height. But she was, in fact, a sweet baby, and was just so cute, giving a little rubs up on the legs, and got to have like just one of those good old-fashioned random talks with a stranger. We talked about the weather, which was nice. And we talked about how it won't last, so we should enjoy it. And then I told him I went home to Boston, and he was like, oh, then you must have drank a lot. And I was like, yes. And then we parted ways, and I said goodbye to Sweet Baby. But Sweet Baby was a cute dog. And I kept saying it randomly around the house by myself. I would just be like, Sweet Baby. I guess I'm trying to manifest the dog back. KevTech, what's up? How are you? I do not put milk in my tea. I put milk in my coffee, but not in the tea. But I think it's because I have like I like to do mainly just like lavender tea or like chamomile. And I feel like for those, I just like, you know. Sweet baby. All right, let's do Once Upon a December. Sweet baby. There's something I wanted to do. Oh, I remember. Okay, I'll wait on that. Which means I'll forget it. Whatever. Also, Budley Poopington! Hello. Hello, Sir Poopington of Poopingtonshire. Or no, Manor. Damn it. Poop Manor. Hello. How are you? Budley Poopington. Okay, focus, Joe. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh shoot, I missed my cue. Shh, nothing happened. for Sergeant Dan. That was one of my favorite, like, any cartoon that I watched. I only don't say Disney as I know that's from a not Disney movie. I have to point to figure this out clearly. That was like my favorite song from a cartoon movie that I watched growing up. That and Somewhere Out There. Oh, Somewhere Out There from An American Tail. Are you kidding me? Also, Dan, it's good to see you. How are you? My game streaming friend. When's your next stream, by the way? I think I saw you were on for a little bit last night, but I couldn't pop over as I was doing prep for a rehearsal. But what games are on the horizon for you? What's next on the menu? You were little when An American Tail came out. I love that movie. It would be worth rewatching. But I feel like everything that I want to watch for Discord movies is like kid movies that I mentioned. So I don't know if people want to see them or not. Because I want to watch a movie called Cats Don't Dance so bad. It's like my favorite. Like, I just said that about a bunch of other movies, but that one's also my favorite. Playing Alan Wake right now, Jank tomorrow. That sounds like a bad sentence I shouldn't say. Jank tomorrow? I don't know about that. But I said it twice now, so I guess it's fine. And I know what it means, so I guess that's also fine. And oh, you're doing a cooking stream? Man, people are trying to get me to do a cooking stream, and you guys don't want to see that. It'll just be me overheating pots so they boil over because I'm impatient and I do it every single time. And very nerve-wracking close-ups of me cutting things incorrectly, where I like put my finger right underneath the knife. That sort of a vibe. I've been told that's how I cut. Yes. Also enjoyed the sequel to An American Tail. Fievel Goes West. Yes, that movie is amazing. Every time you burn something, you have to play the song you hate. That's close enough to a reference. Time 'em out. Time 'em out, boys. Close enough. You know the rules. We can't bring up that song. Give him the oh my god, VHG, that just got me so memories. Oh, we got a ban. That's great. Okay, you can unban him. Yeah, unban. Yeah, that's fine. All right, moving forward. I don't have a lot of rules here, so they're pretty easy to remember, but apparently not for everybody. Subterranean Homesick Alien. This was the first one that I put together for my Radiohead covers. I haven't read many of the unban requests. I feel like I should, but I feel like I probably shouldn't. It would probably hurt my heart. I went into mod mode view on my channel once before, and I did see like the oh my god, that's amazing, pencils. Oh man. Oh, I'm so late for this, but Vantical, thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. That does give you a priority request. If there's something you'd like to hear, just let me know. Have the theme for... Do you mean for American Tail? No, you're not asking for Will Smith, are you? That's my other rule. Ban him. Ban Dragonfire now. I'm kidding. Please don't ban Dragonfire. He's probably like really putting his heart in it. He said that it would be the best unbanned request ever, so. Now the pressure's on, baby. Sweet baby. Don't worry, Dragonfire, you're safe. Here's me protecting you. I'm jumping in front of the ban. Like that. Show the class the unban request. I am Jersey. Thank you so much for this sub anniversary. Here's to 5 months worth of awesome musical vibes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And that does give you a priority request if there's something you'd like to hear. So just let me know. Also, I love that I made the joke about banning Dragonfire, but now they just have a sub. So it was all just yeah, now I can't ban you. It was just a beautiful way to tie everything together. Lord Seven, thank you for the follow. As well as we got a bunch of them. Thank you guys. Okay, Silver. Okay, Silver. Thank you for the follow. Robots Oid, Vansigal, the Catcoon, Net Virtual. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Ooh, that was an interesting noise that popped in my headphones. Oh, and Miles, thank you so much for the sub. You gifted a bunch of subs last time too, I remember. So thank you so much for all the support. You guys are so nice to me. Thank you. That does give you a priority request. If there's anything you'd like to hear, just let me know. You guys ready for Radiohead? I am. Now that I got my burps out. Thank you, Matt, for gifting a sub to Will Smith riding a hippo. Did that one just autofill or did you pick that? I'm curious. Oh, I just realized the candle's in frame. That's lovely. So you guys can see if it goes horribly wrong. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, now I'm ready. Greg! I was telling everybody about rehearsal last night. It was really fun. It was great to see you. Enjoy your lurk. your feet for cracks in the pavement. Up above, aliens heaven, making home movies for the folks back home. Of all these weird creatures who lock up their spirits, drill holes in themselves, and live for their secrets. They're uptight, uptight. They're uptight, uptight. They're uptight, uptight. I wish they'd swoop down in a country lane late at night when I'm driving. Take me on board their beautiful ship. Show me the world as I'd love to see it. I tell all my friends, but they never believe me. They think that I'd finally lost it completely. I'd show them the stars and the meaning of life. They shut me away, but I'll be alright. They're all uptight, uptight. They're uptight, uptight. They're uptight, uptight. Wish they slow down in country lane late at night when I'm driving. Take me on board the beautiful ship. Show me the world as I'd love to see it. I tell all my friends, but they'll never believe me. They think that I finally lost it completely. I'd show them the stars stars and the meaning of life, they shut me away. But I'll be alright. Alright. They're all uptight, uptight. They're all uptight, uptight. They're uptight, I haven't done that one for a while, and it felt really good returning to it. Beer and music time. Doc, you're making me feel like I might run downstairs, grab me a cold one. I'll wait for my break. It's great to see you, Doc. How are you? How's everything going? Oh, Silver, you know I'll never agree with you on that, as much as I appreciate it. Dragonfire, thank you so much for gifting a sub. I really, really appreciate you. I saw that we had a song added for you. You asked for Eris theme, and I would love to play that for you. The bangs help, thank you. I've gotten some mixed reviews, you guys, on the bangs. I feel like it's like 50-50 if people like them. I don't even know where I stand anymore. They're getting long, so I feel like I might have to make a decision if I'm going to trim them soon. Silver, you're so sweet. Thank you. Master Blaster, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. And Kabu, Unmanifest, thank you as well for the new sub. I really appreciate you. In case you didn't know, that does give you a priority request. If there's anything you'd like to hear, just let me or one of the mods know. Also, Zamek, thank you for the follow, as well as Durka Dan. It's just a Dan kind of day. We got like 3 Dans in chat already. Thank you, everybody, so much. That means you just do what you want. That's a Tripwire. I see you. Hey, I was lurking in one of your practice streams lately. It looks like cello's been really starting to come along. Tripwire is a cellist and also a DJ artist as well. If you guys want some more music in your life, I highly recommend checking her out. She's also my workout buddy. We got me, Doc, Pencils. We're all on the workout journey together in weekly goals. And then others are also putting in weekly goals in the Discord, and it's so inspiring whenever I look in there to see what people are trying to do. Whether it's cook a new recipe or trying to practice an instrument. It's just been really fun for me to see all that stuff. Are making it so I have to run again tomorrow. Hey, Doc, I'll do it with you. Actually, I won't. I can't. I'm going to be waking up early to go to Atlanta. I have a show tomorrow. I'll do it Saturday. For this particular track, I did pre-record the guitar as well, just like the last one. This one's kind of hard for me to sing. I hope I can get it. I'll do my best. And I haven't dedicated to like a particular string part yet, so I'm gonna see if I can make something different. Joining the CAF. What's CAF? But yeah, for Sergeant Dan, I have a section in my Discord called Weekly Goals, and I did it partially for myself. Also, Mad Professional, sorry. I get so excited whenever I see you in chat. Mad Professional was one of like the first like 3 people that was on this channel. You were like one of the first 3 followers I ever had when I had no idea what I was doing. How are you? It's so good to see you. I think you said that you... I'm trying to like remember. It's been a while. Didn't you say you work for like a fire department? Am I right with that? How has that been? Oh, Canadian Armed Forces. Gotcha. Agent Rich, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. But thank you, Mad Professional. It's always wonderful to see you. I actually want to scroll back, see what you said. Let's see. I was in the zone, running a 16-hour shift and have some downtime. Want to say hello. Thank you so much, Mad Professional. Thank you. Also, let's see. It's been some months and I haven't seen your stream. Much work and a lot in the European time zone. Nice to see you looking so well. Thank you for Patricius. I hope Perticius? I hope everything's been going well. Usually, we don't know what we were doing in the beginning, and then we know where we need to be. Gotcha. Michelle! My fellow VGM queen, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. I feel like I should do a video game song then. I do have a couple of them in here, and then for Levi, I'll do Danny's song for you after. But Michelle, is there something I could play for you? You know, it's totally fine if you'd rather just run off. I know after long streams, sometimes I need to just like unplug and chill. I have some video game ones on the list. We have Simple and Clean, Air Theme, Clocktown, Zelda, The Magic Word. Why don't I show you guys my Majora's Mask transcription that I did? One of my friends from college, believe it or not, I was in a video game choir in college, and one of my fellow choir members has gone on to make these amazing arrangements. He goes by Rozen, R-O-Z-E-N. He did an amazing album where he orchestrated Majora's Mask. It's called Children of Termina, and I think it's so cool that we used to sing in this like little choir at school, video game music, and now both of us have gone on to do a bunch of stuff. But you guys, I highly, highly recommend checking out Michelle. She's amazing. Make sure you do it, please. Kaku, thank you for the follow. And Uno, thank you for the resub for 7 months now. We're getting up there, huh? So here is his amazing arrangement that I'm gonna play on top of, and I hope you enjoy it. anyone familiar with Majora's Mask knows that when you reach the third day, it can get a little bit spooky. And as that clock keeps going down, that moon keeps coming down further. And Rosalind did such an amazing job capturing that panic as it's coming down. Here's day 3. But I don't want to scare nobody, so I'm going to fade us out here. Michelle, I highly recommend looking up Rosin. He has a lot of great stuff too in the VGM world that we both are so lovingly inhabiting. Yeah, it's great, right? I really like his Deku Palace especially is so good. It's so good. I feel like I should make a loop of Deku Palace too. Thank you for the follows for Darian, or maybe Darren, and Jalin, and Blades of Glory, and Tepper. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. For anyone who might be new, hi, my name's Joe. I do play violin. This much is pretty clear so far. But what I do is I listen to game music and I write out the sheet music from ear, and then I just sight read it as we go through it. I guess it's not sight reading anymore because I've played all these pieces in here at some point. But I also have a looper at my feet, and I make loops, loop covers, and loop arrangements of game music and sing on top of it. So if anyone's interested in any of that, I would love to show you what I got. We got on the list here Simple and Clean from Kingdom Hearts, Aerith theme, and Danny song. For Levi, is it okay if I push Danny's song through, like 2 songs down, just so I can do the video game stuff all in one big swoop here? If you have to go, I'm more than happy with bumping it up earlier. Just let me know. I want to respect your time. Okay, thank you, Levi. I really appreciate it. I like to try and arrange the songs that I have in as close to a smooth performance order as possible. I made that a little difficult for myself because there's a lot of random stuff on my song list. I just pick anything I like and I throw it on here. So there's a couple random, really random ones for sure. I might do that song from Courage the Cowardly Dog. That's probably my most random, but I love it so much. I do Muriel's theme, and it just melts my little heart. I think it's so wonderful. Let's see. We are going to do Simple and Clean. For this particular performance, I'm going to talk to you guys about another talented musician. I'm going to perform over the piano performance done by Natalia Plays Piano. She's a really lovely Australian musician, whom I reached out to because I loved her YouTube channel and asked if I could play over her track that she made, and she was very nice and said go for it. So make sure you check her out. She's absolutely wonderful. I also saw the joke with the Joe emote face as the moon coming down, and it made me very happy on the inside. I just wanted to express that. Fine Like Wine, thank you for the follow. Here we go. Let me make sure the track's up here. Okay. It probably looked like I was concentrating so hard. Thank you so much for New Baroque for the raid. Big ol' raid. I really appreciate it. I'll admit I got really nervous. You're a beautiful player. You have fantastic technique and control and tone. And I think you're really, really wonderful and talented. You guys are missing out if you haven't checked him out. It's really wonderful. And I got so nervous. I know my technique isn't fantastic, so I was like, ah. Dan, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my god, thank you. That's super, super generous. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For New Baroque, let me know if there's something that I could play for you in particular. Um, Thank you. Thank you guys. Let's see. I do have a couple songs put up on here next. We were going to do Aerith's theme, and then I was going to do a loop performance. Or you know what? Why don't I do the loop performance now? Because then I can show you some of the other stuff I do. I do play along with tracks, as you guys noticed with this particular one that I just did. But I do also do loop arrangements that I sing on top of as well. Strayed to Fear, thank you for the follow, or for the gift sub. Thank you. Let's do it. For this particular one, I did pre-record the guitar track, and I'm just gonna play on top. Oh, I didn't even really absorb who got that gifted sub. Consensual Booty Bandit. Ooh. That sounds exciting. Let us make a loop. A few minutes before I head out to concert. Oh, you're performing tonight. Well, break a leg. I hope you have a wonderful performance. Do you do any loops for New Baroque? I feel like you'd be very good at that. Danny's song. I pre-recorded guitar on track 21. Thank you for the new follows, by the way, for Snotnuff and Alex and Crystal, maybe? And PT Blue. Thank you. Or PTB. I'm really not doing well in reading these last couple ones. Danny's song. This song makes me think of my dad. Let's see. I think this is right. Yeah. percussion in there. Am I brave to try piano? See how that comes out. Hey, there's a lot more follows. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Alex, and the Neon Catalangelis, and Mihu, and Ahmad. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Oh, the piano scared me. Smile and tell me I'm the lucky one, and we've just begun. I think I'm gonna have a son. He will be like she and me, as free as a dove, conceived in love. The sun is gonna shine above. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey. As though a month ago I was Beta Chi, never got high. Oh, I was a sorry guy. Then I smile and face a girl that shares my name. Oh, I'm through with the game. This boy will never be the same. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey. Virgo rising is a very good sign, strong and kind, and the little boy is mine. And now I see a family where there once was none. Yeah, we've just begun. Yeah, we're gonna fly to the sun. And even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey. Everything will bring a chain of love. In the morning when I rise, you bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything is gonna be alright. What's up, Why? Love her and she'll give you love. And if you find she helps you mind, better take her home. Ooh, don't you live alone. Try to earn what love is owed. Everybody. Even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you, honey, and everything will bring a chain of love. In the morning when I rise, you bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright. Dusty, how's it going? It's good to see you. Also, is that your face inside of the Bob Ross pose? I kind of just figured it was Bob, but I feel like that's your face. But big ol' shout out for Dusty, Fish in a Bird Cage. He's an amazing cellist who writes really beautiful songs. Great voice. I highly recommend. How are you doing, Dusty? I think that was my favorite time doing this. Adding the percussion that kind of wove its way in, I think helped it feel a bit more full. And even the piano, it's subtle, because I'm not much of a pianist, but I like to try and just add colors and textures to it. Max Willow Music, thank you for the follow. And Crab Moss and Doc. She works hard for the money I do, man. Thank you so much, Doc. You better have sang that. I know you're working on your singing. To make a beautiful 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Chunky Bits, for listening and hanging out with me. Thank you. Chunky Bits, thank you. Again, major shout out. I had 2 raids from 2 really wonderful musicians. Oh, this clip is hanging on for dear life back here. It kind of makes me think of Garnet's hair from Final Fantasy IX. She has that like ponytail in the back. You know what I'm talking about? For Max, is it safe for me to guess that you're also a music streamer? I'm just making sure I click over to give you a follow. Thank you, New Baroque. That means a lot to me. Sorry I got really shy at first. I think I get really easily intimidated by really beautiful violinists because I know obviously how much hard work is required to get one clean note, and you play so many clean notes. But I was also embarrassed to see I wasn't following. I've lurked before. I think I was just shy to press follow, so I fixed that. But I made sure to catch up on all my follows here. I just made sure to check you out for Max Willow. I see a guitar on your lap, so it's safe to say you're a guitarist. I was trying to do fade and was turning the wrong knob. The Fico, what's up? Thank you, New Baroque. That means a lot to me. Really, thank you. I love the violinists on Twitch. There's a whole lot of us, but man, everyone's just so freaking nice with like Justine and Storioni Girl, Violin Habit. I don't want to leave anyone out, so I feel like I should stop myself. But now I'm thinking about like a million. String Player Gamer, Rachel. There's so many of us. M. Those violin lines come with a gym membership because that was tasty. I feel like that meme of that woman who thinks about the equations and they keep popping up. I think I get it. Because you ate a lot of them and then you're like, oh no, I gotta work off these yummy things that I ate. Was that correct? Did I kill your joke? Did I ruin it for you? I tend to do that. Next up, we got Aerith's theme for Dragonfire. That helps. That helped me, Daniel. But I mean, it's your joke. You should do what feels right for you. Oh, we're gonna give up on the hair clip right now. This hair is very dirty. I was trying to hide it a little bit behind me. Golly, we got a lot of people here. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for giving my stream a chance. I really appreciate it. I have new songs every week. I actually learned 2 yesterday. I did a song. I wrote out the song from a game called Death's Door that I thought was really pretty. And I made my first Skyrim arrangement. There was this really pretty song that had like a kind of tavern feel. I was like, oh, I want to do that. So I will play that new arrangement for you at some point today. I have to build it from scratch, so it's going to take me a minute. Got the guitar and then all the other stuff, but anyway. Also, Daniel, I don't think I said hi. How are you? It's good to see you. Make sure everything's... Urtza, thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you. Let's see. New request for an improv over a track has been requested. Oh, for Fish in a Birdcage? You got it. Let's do that now. Let's see. I have to turn this knob here. My name is Joe. Is this a new one, Dusty? This is, I think, a Fish in a Birdcage song. I'm gonna do some improv. We'll see how it goes.
Carved into sand, we formed a plan. Using the branches you found near the beach, you showed me dreams I couldn't conceive. Not until you described them to me. They were my mate, brought into my stage, weaving those spells that would captivate me. Carrying my mind along for the ride, with the stories that made me believe. Ooh, might I embody to be fit brand new lenses on me. The water was cold up to my throat. Gasping, I found it was so hard to breathe. You calmed my nerves more than I deserved. When you passed your arms around me, I hardly moved, yet I soared through feelings and memories I'll never describe. But what I can say is that warmth you gave cleared the mountains of thoughts from my mind. Might we evolve to be blast and expansion so free? frail bond, we can still go back through these photos, moments of life, snapshots we live. We were once kids, holding both hands in the night. Ooh, brought such an angel to me. You are everything to me.
Oh man, that was so fun. I feel like I was locking in. That's a great sound. I love your voice, Dusty. I feel like you're one of my favorite like male vocalists on Twitch. You're great. Hey, things I want to do that collab soon. I've been seeing you do more of the collabs and I want to do it. I'm trying to figure out when's a good time. I was going to take 2 weeks off. So I'm like, should I do it with... We'll talk. But I really want to do a collab stream. I've been jealous. Thank you for all these follows, you guys. And if you like what you heard, which seemed a lot of you did, make sure to follow A Fish in a Birdcage. Underground Killa, thank you for the follow and the new sub. I really appreciate it. And Uncreative Guy, thank you for the follow. I feel like that name was pretty creative in itself. Maybe you should give yourself more credit. I feel like I should get through some of these other ones first. I might save it for like the next stream or next time you want to come around. Turdberg. I was going to say turd bag, but it's Turdberg. That would have been very impolite if I did that. Yeah, I'm also... Yeah, we gotta be careful about pirate talk around here with this gal. And South Paulo, thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Why don't I show you guys one of the new transcriptions I did? I feel like it could translate well. I was watching some streamers play through this game and it has such a beautiful soundtrack. I was like, I want to do one of those. So I did my first song from the game Death's Door. I will be doing more from this game. This is just the first one that I got. I actually don't know that one for Southpaw. I also got to be really careful for DMCA reasons whenever I do stuff from TV, unfortunately. Unless I make the arrangement from scratch, which maybe I'll do. But I shockingly haven't seen Game of Thrones. I know that means I'm like super weird, but I've seen a couple episodes, like some of the really important ones that would have been nice to have as a surprise if I was trying to be going into that surprise. Anyway. I'm going to do the new piece. I learned this yesterday. Or I wrote it out. I haven't played it yet, but it looks pretty simple, so I'm just going to sight read it. It is called Mushroom Dungeon. Jillian did spoil a little bit of Game of Thrones, believe it or not. She managed to do that. One of my best friends, Jillian, I love her to death, but she spoils everything. Like, if there's a movie you haven't seen, don't let Jillian know, because she will somehow accidentally ruin it for you. She does it all the time. But we love her. All right, here's the new transcription I did yesterday. So that's the piece I learned how to play yesterday. It's called Mushroom Dungeon from Death's Door. The soundtrack was so beautiful, so I wanted to pick one. I was worried as I was writing it out. I got halfway through and I was like, I hope this one's engaging enough where people enjoy it. But I feel like it's just, yeah, exactly what you said, Sunya. There's something just like very, almost like sorrowful about it, but also just really calming. I don't know. It it got in my head when I listened to it. I listened to that soundtrack at the airport when I was traveling this past weekend. Was like, oh, whoa, I should do that. I picked another song to learn from Death's Door that is very, very different with the energy. It's like one of the boss battle ones, and it's so cool. So I'll probably have that. Well, I should have that one done by next week for sure. Also, I see that we have a couple new first-time chatters. Welcome, you guys, for Tan's Music and Milk Can and Blades of Glory. Or Blades of Glory, I think you followed. So thank you for that follow. And all the new follows, Otaku Dude, Peak Junction Studios, Milk Can, thank you for the follow, and Melody Kane Hart. Thank you very much, you guys. Made it back. Lovely. Let's see here. We still have Aerith's theme to get to and Muriel's theme from Courage the Cowardly Dog. Bonjour. I wish I could say more than that. That's kind of all I got, if I'm being honest. Aerith's theme. Here we go. I don't even have my music open. What am I doing? I guess I was eager for that one, huh? My bad. Let's get this open. Aerith's theme. Final Fantasy VII. And here it is. Oh, I gotta feed Baloo too. So much to do. Will. Oh my gosh, that felt so good. Oh, it was just happy, cozy, lovely. Except the part where I clearly wasn't paying attention. I got distracted. Will, your timing is perfect. I feel like I needed it today. That felt really good. How are you, my guitar playing, tea drinking extraordinaire? Fran? Gotta get back to working. Get back to work, Dusty. Thank you for sharing your music with us. A broken clock is right twice a day. Oh, eventually your timing. Okay. I was like, I don't know. Oh, that gave me kind of happy memories too. Remember, for people who watched me when I used to stream in the other room, when I used to peak all the time on that song, at the build, it used to always peak. Like the gain would go overboard. If the buffering is good now, I kind of just want to leave it. Has it been smooth since I had that one brief moment? I hope so. Thank you, Dragonfire. I needed you. Come here. Bring that butt over here. Think about butts a lot. It's smooth now. I might take the risk. It could be dumb, I know. I think I'm gonna take the risk. You couldn't believe I took so much time off. Hey, I was listening through the Cassiopeia playlist. There was two in particular that I really liked. Why am I looking it up? I was going to tell you which ones, but it's in Japanese, so I can't read it. But thank you for doing that. Oh no, Sunya, if I'm making you not go to bed, I demand you go to bed right now. I demand you do it. For Kagato, thank you so much for the resub. That does give you a priority request. If there's anything you'd like to hear, just let the mods know and we'll pop it on there. How did you even find out what the actual titles of the song were? How do you do? I know, I'm taking, honestly, realistically, I'm probably going to take like a week off and then do one stream because I'm going to miss everybody. And then finish my other week off. Taking 2 weeks off is so much. There's so much time to take off. But I haven't taken a break since I started streaming, really. So I know I should. I guarantee a week, but we'll see if I can hold out for actual 2 weeks. Anyway, I'm gonna go downstairs and feed my cat. I feed him every day at 5:30 and I'm 2 minutes late, so I'm shocked he's not screaming at me right now. So, pencils. Ah! I'm trying to make the face of that emote like exactly. None of that was right. I'll work on it. I'll be right back. Here's a song I wrote and performed with my spooky band Fable Cry. Bye.
Well, it's hard to say what I want to do with a head full of regret. I'll order up another drink, make it two, and light his cigarette. But I won't soon forget. Keep on talking in circles, that's fine by me. Now meet it with smiles and laughter. You were my detractor. My fame became a factor. You see now what I'm after. Now take it with smiles and laughter.
Then check this out.
Hello. Cheers, everybody. I love you so much. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you, Jove. I've been practicing. Also, hello. How are you? I don't think I've said hello to you today. Did you just pop in? You just came in the back door? Cactus juice? What? There is a cactus one that I like. Oh my god, I like totally forgot about it. It's like a branch off of, it's like a Sierra Nevada, but different. Oh, ranch water. Now today I got this very aesthetically pleasing AOK IPA. Did I buy it as I thought it was cute? Yes. Did it end up actually tasting pretty good? Yes. It was a win-win situation. Lovely jubbly. All right. Have any of you guys seen the show Courage the Cowardly Dog? Me too for Doc. Like, if I'm buying a bottle of wine and it has a vineyard on it, boring. I'm not buying a bottle of wine with a picture of a field. For Will, I watched it a lot when I was a sophomore in college in particularly. I just found it to be really comforting for some reason. But the one theme in it, Muriel's theme, I just thought was so sweet and beautiful and lovely. And it just makes me like want to tear up thinking about it. So I thought of that one day. And Idle Humor, I'm so glad to know those buns are ready. I don't know why I did this motion with that, buns. But this one, I just think is really sweet. I only remember one scene from Ren and Stimpy, and like they sniffed some sort of gas and like their skin turned inside out. And as a child, it totally messed me up. I was like, oh my god, jeez. I could do like Happy Happy Joy Joy. Or the Log song, remember that? It was like a fake commercial for a toy that was just a log. I think I'm remembering that right. Yeah, Raisin! Yes! Yeah. It was like log, 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 da na 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 na. Something like that? Can't remember. Angry Beavers kind of made me sad because the blonde one was so mean to the other one. Oh my god, remember when I used to try that and had to start over like a million times? I did it first try! Yay! I have earned one of the best butts around. The attention of the beautiful Idle Humor's butt. Let's get some percussion. Cat Dog also had a great theme song. we got some cheek applause happening. Oh, I love that. And how appropriate, because, well, slightly inappropriate if we're being real, but it's funny. Yes, Stimpy totally did do that, right? Didn't he use his cheeks? Yeah, I believe I remember this. That's my cat screaming in the hallway, if anyone's wondering what that is. He gets really upset when I feed him because he realizes as he eats, there's less food in the bowl as he continues to eat, which is very upsetting. And he usually ends up screaming afterwards. He's very well taken care of. He's just a little bit off. But overall a happy boy sometimes. Thank you, Brando Creative, for the follow. And Victor, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, you guys. Blue? What is it? Hello? Would you like to say hello? We'll see if he jumps on his chair. Yeah. Well. He's doing his little one. Do you guys hear it? Come here, baby. Come here. Come on. I want to show you off, you beautiful boy. Oh. This is Baloo. He's my best friend. Yes. I'm so sorry that the food bowl is getting more empty. I know that's really upsetting. Thank you, Idol. If I'm being honest, I don't think Baloo's a very good-looking cat. I think he's a little bit odd-looking, but I love him very much. Here. Oh. There you go. That's a way of putting it, Tripwire. But Baloo's 11 years old. He's so handsome. He just looks mad a lot. But as you can hear, he's not necessarily mad. I got Baloo as a rescue in Boston, and we flew down together to Nashville, which was very difficult, but we got here. Yeah, and he has some anxiety issues, my poor little boy. But we're working through them as a team, right? Yeah. And you're doing great. Can I have a hug? Thank you. Yeah, he's a good boy. All right, buddy, I'm going to put you down, okay? Say bye. Brr. Oh. Heavy. I didn't want him to sit on this chair, but I kind of gave up and I just put the blanket down. He kept wanting to sit in it. I know that kind of messes up your whole thing, Pencils. Yes, this chair is not going to be in the same place. I'm telling you that right now. Oh, he's looking at his tail. Don't look at your tail, baby. Yeah, so that's Baloo. Shall I sing to Baloo? I still have my tab open for posterior. That was pretty awesome. I'm tangled. There we go. Baloo, I'm going to sing a song for you because I love you so much. Here we go. I still haven't learned the bridge section to this, and I never will. I've gotten better at covering it up, though, so you'll barely notice. All right. Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities, old Mother Nature's recipes that bring the bare necessities of life.
wherever I wander, wherever I roam. I couldn't be fonder of my big old home. The birds are, damn it, bees are buzzing in the trees, making honey just for me. I don't know how this part goes. Here's chords and words. The bare necessities of life will come to you. They'll come to you. Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities, old Mother Nature's recipes. That bring the bare necessities, that bring the bare necessities, that bring the bare necessities of life.
I wanted him to cry at the end of that, so I decided to do it. I'm such a jerk. I just saw that Max gifted 2 subs, and I never thanked him. Oh! And I know he left because I saw him leave. Oh. I will write him an apology in front of all of you right now. No, I'll just message him after. Oh, I feel awful. I'm so sorry, Matt. If you ever see this, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Max Willow Music. I appreciate your generosity. I'm sorry. Can someone just clip that and send it to him? I feel like that would be a good start. Cool. Right. Moving on. Oh, I want to do this one. I'm going to do my quartet arrangement of Skyloft from Twilight Princess. Or, oh, sorry, Skyward Sword. Joe just got canceled. I mixed up my Zeldas. She's a faker. She's not real. I accept the tomatoes being thrown at me. It's okay. Let's go, Matt. I know a Matt. But is that enough? Did I do it right? Oh, instead of Max? Oh my god, don't clip it. Oh, that's never... Every streamer from forever will know that never say don't clip it is sure enough. Oh, cute! Oops. That's okay. Oops. I forgot I had these little clothespins. I can use it to clip my music. That's perfect. Grex, what's up? How are you? It's good to see you. Shame. A shame ding? I shame dinged myself. Oh my god, Baloo is so comfy in this chair. Oh! You gotta see. He's so happy. Hey Arthur, how are you? Yamosa, hello. Oh, I read sign off as the command, like I was in trouble, like you were signing me off and I got scared. Do I need to move him over? Idle humor! Oh, everyone clap their cheeks in solidarity and welcome. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ow. Oh, he's so precious. Anytime, idle humor, anytime. Oh, BHG, that was effective. I feel like he might not like a spotlight. I can try it. Oh my god, that was perfect! Are you kidding me? That was right on his beautiful little head. Oh, that was... Oh, hello, Hank. Arthur, thank you so much for 100 bits. Thank you. Pencils. You've simply... Well, I will take credit. I put him in that spot, so I get some... Oh, more pets for Baloo. Oh, he loves it. Oh, he loves those scritchy scratches. Good boy. Oh, good pets for Baloo. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Cathedora, for giving Baloo some scratchy loves. I have so many beverages over here. I'm not even drinking this one. Get out of my sight. Hey, for Idle Humor, since you subbed, you get a priority request if there's anything on my list that you would like to hear. You just gotta let me or a mod know, and I'll play it for you as a thank you. No pressure, but if you want a song. And it doesn't expire, so, like, just let me know. Yes, you get to pick any song you want. If you want. Oh, this is so great. I love you guys so much. Also, Heather, welcome. It's great to see you. How are you? Good boy. Baloo's the MVP, I know. Oh, he's so cute. Oh my god. He's so good. Good boy. He's just giving himself a bath. All right, let's do a loop of Skyloft from Skyward Sword. I'll try my best not to block him. I kind of have to, a little bit. Empty track. For why? I've been feeling really good. Thank you for asking. Oh my goodness, I've only tried Retro Vertigo once, and it was a little bit rough. Maybe I'll try and do acoustic. I'll figure out a way. I'll figure out something. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, here we go. That was looped, but I did the worst job arranging my music. Oh, Beluga. He was trying to attack his tail. I can see him. It's okay. All gone. It's gone. It's good. That did get looped, so don't worry, I'm not going to be starting over. Baloo has a very strange condition called hyperesthesia. And essentially, oh, dang it. And then I have to hide his tail again. He doesn't really quite process that his tail is attached to him. He thinks it's bothering him, and he will attack it sometimes to the point where he will injure himself. I've had to get stitches for him, and we had to do the cone. But after talking to the vet, there isn't a cure for it. But it's, you know, it's mostly just monitor him and try not to let him hurt himself. I keep his nails short. And he purrs. He's a happy boy. He plays. He's a healthy cat. He just sometimes gets really fixated on that tail. But it looks like even now I might not need to hide it. Sometimes it's good if I just leave him be and kind of work through it. I just have to be calm when I see him do it because it's stress related. So I think we're good to go. I think he's chill. But don't be alarmed if you see him go at it. Again, I cut his nails all the time, so they're not too sharp. But it's just a weird little thing he has. It's just a way he chooses to deal with his stress. And, you know, I can't change him. It's okay. It's okay. I just give him his medicine, help him chill, and we're good. Right? Yeah. Okay. We're good. I love him too. He's the best. He's just a little bit mixed up. We got a little bit of scrambled eggs in our head, but it's okay. Just a little bit. I felt really good about that. It was fun. Even Baloo liked it. It soothed him. Oh no, did I bring focus back to the tail? I hope he's okay. Yay! Make sure this is still good. Cool. I was making sure it didn't get like hot on the bottom. For Idle Humor, I can try it, but I feel bad asking. I don't know if I'm ready to do Retro Vertigo. The first time I tried it, I really wasn't happy with how it came out. Is there any chance I could do something else? I will do it at some point, I do promise that, but it got me in a weird headspace, and I think I'm scared about going to that headspace again. It stinks. I hate being in a bad mood or like getting discouraged when I'm live because I don't want to do that to you guys. Like I feel awful when I clearly am like visually upset. Yeah, I wanted to do something to thank you for your new sub, but yeah. I do apologize again. Oh, Will, you asked for Cantina Band. Oh, I hated this for a while. I really used to hate playing this song. Did you know that? Are you trying to just mess with me? Back in the earlier days of streaming, one of our lovely mods would put in Cantina Band at the beginning of every single stream. And that was at a time where I didn't realize that I could also say the songs I wanted to do. And I used to do it all the time and it drove me crazy. So finally, after like I don't even know how long I did that for. A couple months at least. 6 months? I was finally like, okay, I love you guys, but I don't love this. Therefore, it will not be at the beginning of every stream anymore. Well, it taught me to get to decide a couple things. But I tend to be, I'm very much a people pleaser. I've always been that way. And I just really, especially with people supporting the channel, just wanted to do anything to make you guys feel happy and welcome. So I tended to say yes to everything. Yeah, and then I think that's what did it for me, honestly, for BHG. Oh, yes, I would love to do Go It Alone. I'll do that for you, Idle Humor, when I finish Cantina Band. Weird adult, time him out. He broke the rule, time him out. I don't make the rule, I make the rules. One of the rules, we don't have a lot here, but don't ask me to play Devil Went Down in Georgia is one of them. Just don't do it. You'll get timed out, maybe even banned. So be careful. Cool. Cantina Band. Oh my god, Blue is killing me with how cute he is. How did I try and keep him out of that chair? Of course he can sit in the chair. No, Will. I see that you clearly want to make me upset, so you'll get what you asked for. You sicko. You monster. My Shadow, you sweet angel. Thank you so much for $20 donation and the lovely message of smiling. I love it. And just thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I didn't want him... I keep messing with the microphone. I didn't want him to sit in the chair because it's a white chair and his dark gray fur gets on everything. But he kept wanting to sit on my lap. Well, Dragonfire. Oh, man. He kept wanting to sit on my lap when I was working today. And I just couldn't say no. He put his little paws on the chair and was standing on his back legs, like... I was like, oh, okay, come here. I took a video. I'll put it in Discord. It was cute. Okay. Boop. For the cruel William Fox. I can do an original for you. For Python, do you want it to be a loop performance, or do you want me to just sing and play guitar? Violin will be coming up, I promise. I just gotta put some drums on here, but then we'll put violin. Oh my god, I did like a Snoopy laugh. You know, when he's like... You know, I will say, after having a lot of separation from that song, and I really needed a lot of separation from that song, that was fun. I like playing it. I like it. I think it's a cool arrangement, and it's fun. But I still am going to need a little separation between plays from that. I'm a little bit traumatized from that. It was pretty rough. Oh, Baloo left! No! I thought we were having a good time. It's okay. It was a good moment. It must have been the accordion, yeah. I feel like Baloo hates the accordion. Yeah, probably that. For sure it will. Thank you, Colsey, for the follow, and Jindro, and Snapsicle, and Python. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. We got a couple more priority requests here. Python, I saw that you asked for an original. Let me see here. I'm going back. Yes, I have a couple originals. I feel like I don't know if I should do Fair Weather Friend or Cut Clean. Maybe Cut Clean. I haven't done that one for a bit. And then we got Go It Alone and Kiss from a Rose. Oh, I don't know. Oh, you're saying, okay, I see. I thought, never mind. We're good. Let's see. Let's do Go It Alone first. I'll make it a mashup of Retro Vertigo too. Don't worry, I won't. Okay, cool. Sorry, I do have to be a little aware of my phone. I'm going on the road with a band tomorrow, so they're doing a group text right now. And I'm just peeking down every once in a while. Will, come on. Thank you. Can I have a song that Petzels didn't frame me? Oh my god, wait, did Pencils really ask for that and just frame you? Mods, timeout Pencils. Can you do that? Oh, wow. This is like epic. Whoa, like betrayal. I feel like that was like a Lord of the Rings, no, a Game of Thrones plot twist there. Where I was about to like execute, I can't say that. I probably can't say that actually on Twitch. Where I was about to be like, oh, here's the verdict on poor William Fox. But then it was like, wait. I think I'm not going to try and explain this anymore. I think you guys, okay, know what I'm trying to. Oh, Casey, I saw the flowers. I didn't put it together. Of course. Casey, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it was, that drama scene, right? You were my brother. You were supposed to be the chosen one. But you asked for stupid Cantina Band. How could you? You monster. You know I hate that song. Yeah. Excommunicado Bay. Hey. Mayor Landon. We got some prestigious political figures in chat, everybody. Mayor, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Go It Alone. Oh, she's gonna play the bass. I'm gonna do this one sitting down here. No, I'm not. Me! Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh, I love you guys so much. I am a happy girl. Woman. It's true. Thank you. Sincerely, I'm really happy. I love you guys. Mentioning the fact that I have a show tomorrow, I typically stream in the morning, but I will, like I said, be in a vehicle going to Atlanta to play a show. So there's gonna be no stream tomorrow. I'm probably gonna fit one in over the weekend at some point to replace that. I'm just waiting to hear from one of the other bands I'm in when we're meeting up, because we, I think, said something. We said that we would do something on Saturday, I think. Blushy, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I'm going to do a loop performance of Go It Alone by Beck, and this one's for my new friend Idle Humor. You're the best. You had me at clap my cheeks. Ooh. That could have been dangerous. All right, we'll blow that out now. I can do it. Damn it. Okay. Woo! It's okay. Three. This is too slow. Sorry, I gotta fix that. It should be like dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's push it. Yeah, that's better. Andy, what's up? Entering your third month of gifted subs from Marmalin. How you doing, my piano playing, singing, multi-instrumentalist, really? And beautiful fellow streamer friend, how are you? I must get my washboard. I hope you'll excuse me. Beatboxing? Is there a particular song I can request next time I'm at your channel to hear the beatboxing? Oh my god, that phrasing. Twitch didn't like that. Oh no. No, no, no. Oh, I'm starting to feel bad. Don't bully Will too much. Poor Will, I'm sorry. Yes, I am Lizzie Kaplan, but they haven't found me yet. They haven't figured it out, so don't make it a big deal. Shut up. Did you pick the red one or the black one? Yes, it took me a solid 45 minutes to make up my mind. Well, I guess if they're identical, that answers that question. A giraffe? Those are tall. I believe I'm ready to sing now. Wait. Okay, now I'm ready.
I better go it alone. 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 I better go it alone.
Wait, Fs? Did something bad happen?
Go it alone.
Is everything okay?
I better go it alone.
Oh no. Damn it. Oh. I take back what I said about Will. Ban him again.
I'm coming over. See me down at the station by the lane with my hands in my pocket, jingling a wish card that I stole from a fountain that was drowning all the cares in the world. When I get older, see me climbing on the back porch of fence, just see the dogs running with a ring and a question, and my shivering voices singing through a crack in the middle. I better go it alone. 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 Better go it alone. Down on the corner, see me standing on a makeshift road with the dust storm blowing comb my hair back. It's on the bathroom wall where my number is written. Driving on the sidewalk, and I'm looking in the sky as I'm burning in the rear view mirror. And I better go it alone. I better go it alone. Standing at the station with the lane in my hands in my pocket. I'm jingling a wish going that I stole from a fountain that was drowning all the chaos in the world. When I get older, see me climbing on the back porch fence, just see the dogs running with the ring in a question. And my shivering voice hears a singing through a crack in the window. I better go it alone. See me standing on the makeshift road with the dust on throwing in a long black shadow, full of hammer from home and down where Daddy was working. I comb my hair back, strike a match on the bathroom pool, and the number is written. Again a question, and my shivering voice as I sing it through a crack against the fender. Miss Mary Lou, Miss Mary Lou. Girl! Oh, I yelled. I peeked. I'm sorry. Thank you for the raid. You're gorgeous and I love you and your new bangs. Please let me know if I can play you something. Driving on the sidewalk and the sky is burning in my rearview mirror. Done. I don't want to do that song anymore. Half rain. Your freaking house on the wheels is looking so cute. I was doing a little catch up on your Instagram, and that little fireplace is so adorable. I love it. If any of you guys haven't had the amazing experience of getting cozy and enjoying some music with Miss Mary, please change that. She is absolutely remarkable. Such an incredible voice and an amazing sense of humor and just wonderful. You need to go check her out. Make sure you do so. And also on her YouTube where she's cataloging, that's not the right word I'm looking for. She's capturing her journey making an absolutely gorgeous small house on wheels that she's
making a beautiful life in. So, hell yeah. How are you? Please let me know if I could play you something. We do have a request for Kiss from a Rose. With this one, oh, we got 2 requests for originals. This is perfect. Then I can do both of the ones I wanted to do. Let's do Kiss from a Rose first for My Shadow. Her Twitch is right there. You can't get lost. Just click on Miss Mary Lou and it will lead you to the comfy, happy place. Or the link right there. For Darby, my bad. How are you? Welcome. We're gonna do Kiss from a Rose. This one I do want to eventually make into a loop when I'm prepared to go with Ableton. That's what I'm going to be doing. Oh, Mary. I mean, I just, you know, I like making sure I put in some extra warmth for, you know, certain raids that I really like urgently want you to go over and say hello to. Hello for History Geek, how are you? Yeah, like I've tried to make this a loop on the current looper I have, but I just don't have enough tracks to make the forms of the song because the verses are slightly different. So if I try to loop it with the current setup, it's just not really possible, unfortunately, but so I'm just going to sing this one and play it, and then I'm going to perform for you guys 2 of my own songs. Does OIC stand for something? Is that what's that called? An acronym? Acronym? Where'd my pick go? I was just touching it. No. I'll get another one. OIC. There used to be a great tower alone by the sea. You remain the light on the dark side of me. Love remains a drug that's a high, not the pill. Did you know when it snows, my eyes become a large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I can pay to a kiss from a rose on a grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. There's so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. You remain my power, my pleasure, my pain. To me, you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Now won't you tell me, is that healthy, baby? Did you know when it snows, my eyes become a legend? The light that you shine can't be seen. Baby, I can pay to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, the light hits the gloom on the grave.
kissed by a rose on the grave. I've been kissed by a rose. There's so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. You make my power, my pleasure, my pain. To me, you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Now what you tell me, is that healthy, baby? Did you know when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave.
Oh man, I'm really happy with that. When I started, I had internal panic for a second because I was like, oh no, I picked a key that was too high for me. This is hard. But then a determined part of my brain popped in and was like, hey, pretend this is an audition and you can't change the key of the song. You just do the thing. Stop it and just do the thing. And I'm happy I did. I don't know if I'll go higher than that. Maybe. I think having also the vocal encouragement of having Mary here made me like, okay, I can pull out the professional vocal times. I'm gonna show you guys two of my own originals now. I'll do Fairweather Friend first, and then I'll bring the energy back up with Cut Clean. Oh, let me put this down. That one, well, the thing about Kiss from a Rose is it's actually, I don't know if deceivingly is the word for it, but it's actually a very hard song to sing. Like the major and minor thirds you have to sing, you have to really be... Oh, my mouse is upside down. That would explain why that was extremely confusing for a second. Oh, shoot. I forgot that I still have a new song to show you guys. Oh my gosh, we got so much to do. So much to do. This is going to be my last stream of the week. Well, maybe Saturday. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know yet. But I have been writing more, you guys. I would say I'm about 60% done with my next new song. I gave you a little sneak peek of the chord progression. It's a very sassy song I wrote about some unresolved anger I apparently had inside of me. And yes. I have a scheme to have you on my first single. Message me, I'll do it. You just tell me when and where and how and what, please. Yes, please. I would love to. Hey, I also wanted to take a moment to just let you guys know you're looking great. Just so you know. Yes, pencils. Please arrange that.
I was never one to believe in things like destiny or meant to be. strange happenings seem to want anything to do with me. Wouldn't it be nice to have a kind of life where I could only see that here and now? Of course I know it would do me good, but I'm scared I've forgotten how. Help me remember my fair weather friend. I am only trying to capture my own happily ever after before the end. I don't have forever, please, fair weather friend. Wherever you've been, just know I'm listening. I'm my own fair weather friend. I'm my own fair weather friend. Take me back when my days were full of play dates and make-believe. I was unstoppable and anything was possible, so happy-go-lucky. I'll admit I've fallen in the habit of feeling my best days have come and gone. For now I'm trying to act as if my best has yet to come. Help me remember my fair weather friend. I am only trying to capture my own happily ever after before the end. I don't have forever, please, fair weather friend. Wherever you've been, just know I'm listening. I'm my own fair weather friend. Da 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 da. I'm my own fair weather friend.
Man, I'm liking that one the more I do it. I guess that's kind of like the natural process that happens with songwriting. Gary! I was doing a little bit of a British accent earlier, and the feedback from chat was so good. They were like, that was so amazing. They thought I was from Cambridge or Shire or something. How are you, Gary? It's good to see you. Oh my god, you were brutal today. I was watching some of that. Well, you saw me, I was in chat, but oh my gosh, Gary got a world record and he was not subtle about it. Yes, there might have been someone else who has been in the stream before who also tried to get this certain record and lost the record. And Gary made that very known. Chat wouldn't stop bringing it up. It was all chat's fault and not yours at all. You are totally right and very accurate. Let me know if I could play something for you, Gary. You subbed a little while ago, but I don't think I did one for you. No pressure. I have one original on here and then a Final Fantasy song, so there is room if there's something you'd like. Just let me know. For pencils, every time you say in parentheses whatever accent you're doing, I imagine what it might sound like in my head, but I'm not brave enough to do it out loud because, you know. Oh my god, I was gonna be mean. I'm not gonna be mean. I'm stopping myself. Oh, I just read my title again and it still makes me happy. It's probably the best title I've ever had, if I'm being real. Anyway. Oh shoot, I forgot which one of my... I think 74 is my favorite. Yas. Y'all. Maya Landon. Oh. I've been subbed to by someone with political prestige, everybody. I hope I'm not making you uncomfortable. I've been told I do that pretty regularly, so my bad. But thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. It does give you a priority request. If there's anything you'd like to hear, just let me know. I'd love to, you know, try and do that. Also, Mixed Tick, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate you. Itchy. I feel like I'll probably just go for another like 30 minutes if that sounds good for everybody. I was tempted to go a little bit longer because I'm not going to stream tomorrow, but I might try and just squeeze one in this weekend at some point. We had a fun time in our night stream, the last one, so maybe I'll just pop another one of those in there. And then, as most of you know, I'm going to be streaming back on schedule. Everything will be normal next week. But then after that, I'm going to be taking a break, which I'll admit I'm a little nervous about. I just find such comfort in doing this, but I know that I should probably take a break as I haven't. And it's good for like your brain health, I guess. So anyway, let's do my original song called Cut Clean. I wrote this about double standards and how stupid I think it is. Honestly, Doc, that is going to be a big proponent of the time off. I'm having a lot of trouble with it, so I know I need to just like sit down and do it. Cool.
of love swept up in the fray. One thing led to another till I came. I got caught up in the whole rush of adrenaline pumping in straight into my veins. Am I for shamed or too far gone to be saved? It only took one look for me to go down. Yeah, I'm growing an obsession for the cutthroat affections of the men I hardly need. Can you imagine? I know I've got to stop, but I've kept this bottled up too long to give it up that easily. Can you imagine? I gotta have it if I break this habit. Can I roll with the higher hierarchy? Next time you see me, I'll be cut clean. Oh, next time you see me, I'll be cut clean.
Oh, that was fun today. Jove, the next song I'm writing is going to feature some backup Joes as well, which I'm very excited about. Polly Literate, thank you so much for the follow, as well as Jiggly Whoops. I think you could see on my face, but that made me smile when I saw that follow. Honestly, I feel like what helped me get in the mode for that song today was we had a little bit of a sexist piece of trash in chat today for a second. It was brief, and mods, I love you guys, and I always try to make sure that I don't have it on my face. But someone came in at the beginning of stream and was like, yay, gender biased, giving you a feature. And I was like, that's what's giving me a feature. Okay, sweetheart. Like, okay. Let's have you sit back down in that expensive little gamer chair that you have that you don't even probably have the guts to press start on, and you just sit there and do nothing. I don't usually like to bring these things up because I mean, I feel like I've dealt with it enough where I don't really get bothered by it anymore. But that's one of the things that's in that song. Also, I want to be extraordinarily clear. I love men so much, and I'm not saying this as an umbrella statement. In fact, most of my best friends are men, and I love them so, so much. But when I see that particular type slither on in, it's just like, oh my God, like, I already play like 7 instruments. Like, what else do I need to do? Like, I'm flattered that you think that my looks are the only thing I got, I guess. No, I'm not. I was trying to turn that into like a snarky thing, but I couldn't. But definitely thought of them while doing that song. Yes, I wrote that one. It's a bit of a cheeky song. I wrote it just about how annoying and screwed up I think it is that, like, still, if like a guy kind of gets around and gets some loving and some experience, it's like, hell yeah. But then if a girl like makes out or is like one thing, it's immediately like trash, like whore, all this stuff. And it's so unfair. It's so stupid. Like, we can't do anything without immediately being like, oh, tainted. Nope, don't want that, because we want to be the corruptors, because we have that sweet little fantasy in our head. And if I can't be the one to corrupt you, as I've deemed you corrupted, then you're nothing. It's stupid. So that's what I wrote that song about. It was, I heard a conversation and it just really pissed me off, where I was like, all right, I'm going to say exactly how I feel about this. I hope I'm not like really throwing anybody off with this. Just that particular thing I saw in chat at the beginning of the stream, in combination of doing that song, made me just feel like I had a perfect segue to say something. That is my TED Talk on trash people. Thank you, everyone. We can move on now. Don't worry. Cool. Let's see. We got any Final Fantasy. Now I feel bad for Will again. Oh my gosh. So brutal. But you did something recently that made me mad again. I can't remember. I can't keep track. I'm sorry, Will. Shout out to Will. He's an amazing guitarist. That was my best shout out. I said I gave my best before, but that was actually my best shout out I've ever done. Posterior. I Googled posterior today because I wanted to know the exact definition, and it brought me a lot of joy. So I'm going to say it again, but with a little reverb this time. Further back in position of or nearer the rear or hind end, especially of the body or a part of it, is what posterior means. Or it can be used as a noun, which is a person's buttocks. It's pretty good. Pretty funny. Danny, what's up? It's good to see you. Will, you said any Final Fantasy. I kind of want to do, shoot, what's it called? It's the map overworld theme for Final Fantasy VIII. Oh, wait, you know what? I know what to do. You'll like this one. I need the piano, though. Pencils, whenever you use that particular emote, it's perfect, by the way. It's always so cute, and it really hits. It hits well. I'm gonna do Balam Garden for you. Brittany! No, I was gonna play for another like 20 minutes or so. I learned this on piano this past weekend. I'm a very anxious piano player, so I'm gonna do my best. Done. Okay. A little too quiet. Okay. I might have to try this a couple times. Shoot, I already screwed it up. Ah, I'm so nervous. Okay. Piano's so scary. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. I can do this. I was doing good. I thought about it and I got scared. Okay. I bumped the drum pedal. Move that over. Okay. I can do it. Don't give up. I gotta press start and then immediately go over. Not perfect, but I did it. Zen, what's up? I know the nostalgia. I love it. I'm gonna play violin over it too. Okay. I might even try and just do harmony. I didn't write the chords out, but I might just try it. We'll just see what happens. I know I let that go on for a really long time. I just never tried it as a loop before and I wanted to try it. Oh, I'm excited you got to hear that, Gary. Is I know you like Final Fantasy VIII too. Oh, keep going? Okay. We'll at least have it in the back. I love this song. It's so beautiful. So I only had the melody written down here, and I just tried to go by ear for the rest of it. There's little things I'm gonna probably change about it, but oh, I love that part when it goes up that chromatic step. I'm overall really happy with how it came out, though. I'm so excited for when I get this a little more sorted. Jill, thank you so much for the sub. Also, Dim, thank you for the resub, and Kyle, welcome you guys. You know what? If it's okay, I think I want to end with this. It just feels like... Oh wait, but we have a hype train close. Oh, and I have a new song to show you. I'll show you guys one more song. Oh, but finishing here, yeah, it does feel good. The notification went away, so maybe I should just stop. Let's take a look over here. Super Auto Pets? What the heck is that? Who do we want to raid? Mako Minotaur, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I already said earlier, but I am not going to be live tomorrow. I have to go. I don't have to go. I'm going to Atlanta to play a show with my band Tails. I'm gonna probably squeeze in a short music stream at some point this weekend. Oh, I love Bad Badly Ward Brown. Jim Croce. I'm trying to figure out who we should be raiding here. Let's get Rob Kovacs. He's another VGM musician, and he's really nice. Thank you everybody again so much for today. I'll be live at some point this weekend. I'll let you guys know in the Discord. I just got to figure out when I have another rehearsal. But I love you all so much. Take care of yourselves. I'll be safe on the road. And please say something nice to yourself before you go to bed. Alright. Night, everybody. Oh, and if you have that face emote, flood his chat with it. I find it very amusing. See you guys. Thank you for Big for the follow. Night, y'all.